Hello everybody and welcome to another stream. Alright, so today is Career Day. North Korea Day to be precise. And there we go, there's the music. So let me stop this now. Alright, there we go. Alright, so today is Thursdays and Fridays. I do my career. Hard mode career, which I aptly called North Korea because it's hard. Right, and what we do in this is we have added a couple of mods which you can type in !KSP-careers and that will show you all the mods that we are using. Now, all the craft are stock craft. So there are no part mods. The mods that I'm using are things like Kerbal Engineer. They are things like Precise Maneuver. The whole bunch of contract packs to make the contracts way more interesting. And yeah, and we're just going through this. So again, playing in hard mode, so there are no reverts. We screw up is for reals, and Kerbals die. Kerbal lives matter. True story. Alright, so what I'm going to do is let's load up the game and get started from there. Hey, Mr. Mike the Gaming Wizard. Dropping in with all the bits. How you doing, Mike? Oh, by the way, did you receive the game? Because you won that one game while you're offline. By being a subscriber meant that you still won it. Alright, so we're going to resume our career. And what we had got to... Hey, Paul Dalton. Good morning, Gypsy. Alright, so yesterday what we had got to before my throat decided to attack me. Before my throat decided to attack me yesterday, we had got up to a stage where we were busy. We had launched our unmanned Eve flyby. Still got 8 days to go before we actually need to send it off towards Eve. But we've got it in space at the moment. And what we decided to do is to say, well, there's an Eve window. Let's get some science. So we are going to go get all the science from there. And we had started to build our science thing. In fact, let's actually make this nice and light. There we go. Just bring this up during the day. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to continue to build our ship for our naughty Kerbals to go to Eve. And they are going to get to Eve. They are going to get into orbit around Eve. They are going to conduct a whole bunch of science. And then they are going to come home. Paul Dalton, there's no song request when I do the career mode. Yeah, the song requests do work. They do work, but at the moment in career mode, we don't have. I don't have the songs playing because this is just the stock Kerbal. All right, so all right. First of all let's have a look, and let's see if there's any other science we can gather from around the place. Now. We've got a Kerbal station, but nobody's on the Kerbal station. Right, so we shouldn't have any science on there. One of the missions we've got, which we can get, is to populate the Kerbal station. So is there, you see, no crew. Not enough crew. So that is the state of our Kerbal station. It is a pretty crappy little station. But it fulfilled the mission thing. Nobody there. But we do have a Mooner station, so let's go to the moon. And what have we got here? We've got the Mooner station, Steve's capsule. Moon Comsat. Morning, Darklands. Right, so if we go over here to the moon station, and let's have a look at what's going to happen over here. Have we got any science built up on here in the meantime? See, now this, in order to fill a couple of station requirements, there was a few things I had to do here, like send up fuel and stuff like that. So this station has been built up as the requirements are needed. Alright, so he said he got 39 science. Do you know what? He can do it. Transmit that science across. And boom. Alright, so now we've got over 300, so we can actually get something else if we wanted to. Right, and now we do have a station on Minmus as well. Right, so what have we got on Minmus? We've got a Minmus Sat relay, resource scanner. We've got a Minmus station. Do we have a Minmus base? I can't remember if we actually had a base that landed on Minmus. I think we did. Right, so let's 43 more science. So transmit the science. Ooh, no available antenna on this craft. So let's see if we can. There we go. Now it's got the antenna up there. Right, so there's, yeah, so there was your problem, that you had no kind of communication. Right, so transmit science. Look at that science being transmitted. Yep. All the science is transmitted. Alright, now we've also got, I believe we've got, had we done a base on the Minmus? No, we haven't actually done a actual landed Minmus base. Yeah, surprisingly enough, we haven't had a thing to land a base on Minmus yet. Interesting. Okay. So that's given us some science. So let's go back to this. Oh, wait. I know where we've got to go. Let's check our guys up in Duna. Because remember we sent some ships to Duna. And we're waiting for the window for these guys to return. They want to come home. But at the moment, they can't. Because there's they need to wait for the right window. So you see, they're just sitting over here. Good morning, B101. Glorious leader is transmitting his science back home. No. Alright, so we've got a problem. We need that satellite to be in the right place for us to transmit this back. See, look, there's no communication. So that's one of the problems with Duna at the moment. But again, we just, this was just an exploratory mission. It should. There we go. Look at that. See? Boom. Relay. Now, obviously, these things aren't that strong. But now we can do this. Transmit science. Have we got enough battery power for it? Have we got enough? Yes, we should have enough. Done. Alright, so there we go. Oh, it's here still. Yeah, that's might run out of power until it gets into the light side. Which is not too far away. Okay, so now we can head back to Space Center. And we've collected all the science from our things. So, I mean, that's what's really good about having labs all over the place. It's just free science, really. 466. Nice. So what we can do is we can look over here and see if there's anything we can get. that's 300, 300, 550. So anything on this level we can get. Now, do we want a new probe? You know what I'm thinking? If we have one of these, and we have like 2 probes that we can drop off into E for more science, that actually might be worth it. That actually might be worth it. Cannot transmit science. Yeah, well. Right, then the other thing that we could do, Lampetrons. Hey, ask. Nuclear propulsion we don't quite need. Anything over here? New. Miniaturization again, don't particularly need. I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking this. And we get those. And that will give us a leadways to these guys. Important. That gives us iron engines as well. Alright, let's get this one. Done. Sorted. Alright, so we obviously need more science to complete our tree. Alright, so we're going to continue building our little yeah, although I'm not. The problem with the xenon stuff is, yes, you get lots of repulsion, but it's so freaking slow, and it's such a terribly small amount. You know that. Do we really want to? Right, so Eve Orbital Science. This is the craft we were working on before we had the issue. Okay. So, now we had stage recovery. Yeah, 100% save. So this is the part that's going to come back down to sort of 2, what do we call it? Yeah, this is the part that's coming back down to Kerbal. Is there any game I'm hyped from E3? Is there any game I'm hyped for? Nope. Nope. Quite honestly, I haven't paid much attention to E3 because E3's it's a lot of console stuff that I really honestly have not paid that much attention to it. Right, now you see I can't move that there. Right, so if I take C off, that allows me to. There we go. That leaves that clear. Right, C on again. Okay, so so that is pretty much our return craft. Now, what we've got. Look at the craftwork of the capsule. Damn straight. This is an awesome capsule. Look at it. In fact, what I can do is I can actually take this out. Because we've got this probe now. Right, so I'm going to have to buy that. And this probe Alright, so the difference between the two probes. This guy, which we were using, it's got a reaction wheel, it's got stability assist, and stuff like that. This guy has got no reaction wheel. But it's got prograde, retrograde, radial, normal, altitude, various scan modes, and it's smaller. So, for the naughty Kerbals, we will spare no expense. And done. Oh, so that's hooked up there. Okay, so we've pretty much got all our science that we could possibly want in here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to start building the rest of this craft. So now you say, oh well, where's all, you know, kind of the stuff that the things that we need to know, the things like where is the power generation and stuff like that, reaction wheels, where's all that? None of that is here at the moment, because we're going to have all that in the next level. This is only going to be the craft landing. Although, in theory, what I could do, I could kind of do this. Could do that. What is that? You see, that got impact of 9. So let's actually have a look. Will this still be 100% recovery? 5.8, yeah. Okay, so that's all right. So we've got our reaction wheel over there. Now this reaction wheel gives us 30. That one gives us 15. Alright, so the cupola has plenty of our reaction wheel. There's middle click. 9. So 9 plus 30, 39. Now, okay, so yes, it's got enough reaction wheel, but it's got enough reaction wheels over there. However, there's going to be a lot more to this craft, because if we look at the alarm, to get to Eve, we need a total of 2765, and you need to double that because we need to come back. So we will need to come back.
They are out there watching.
Hey, and guys, thanks for the host. Oh, is that auto host? You see? Yeah, normally it only shows up when it's a manual host. Anyway, but it doesn't matter. Alright, so yeah, Anarchos is a Eve player. Plays a lot of Eve. So if you want to see how Eve's played, actually, I never really saw much playing of Eve. The people used to post on YouTube these big space battles, and it's just like this. It's just layers and layers of spreadsheet stuff, and it's like, by watching Anarchos, I actually learned how to play it. Well, that is one way to do it, but usually a big problem with these guys I found is this is kind of a weak point of it, and I don't want the top falling apart. I don't think it really, in the end, I don't think it really matters too much. We'll see. Also, that's got a high impact tolerance, so it might be able to survive better. I mean, I haven't actually really checked if Kerbal actually pays attention to kind of that leverage thing, or if it just says your ship has got this amount of reaction. So I'm not sure if that actually matters. That'll be an interesting thing to test out, to see if that actually matters. Anyway, so we've got to get this to be 5,400. So let's have a look here. If we just add this. That's 2,800. But it's pretty low. All right. Oh, okay. You see, I've never really tested that. So this will be enough to actually take us there, but not bring us back. Which actually isn't bad. When we think about it, that's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. So now we just need to push ourselves there. Okay, but there's something else I wanted to do. And would it be under payload? If I take another... Alright, first of all, we've got to make... Alright, so before we continue this, what I'm going to do is I am going to make sort of Eve landing probes. Because we want to land probes on Eve. So that's, that's why we got this kind of this small cube. Right, so we got this small cube. Right, so he's got to land on Eve. What he needs is a really, really small fuel tank, which we don't have. Oh, okay, that will work. Okay. Wow. It's Glorious Reader. What the hell? Glorious Reader. So, anyway, let's have a look at this. No, this is liquid fuel. This is liquid fuel. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we try to make probes that we can actually land on Eve. And collect science and stuff. Now, does this actually have any reaction wheel? No, it does not. So we actually have to have reaction wheel on this. Let's put the reaction wheel on this. Oh, so there's a reaction wheel. Now we could have used a burner engine. Alright, now what's obviously we're gonna need batteries for this. But let's see, what science are we gonna have? Oops. Gonna have one of these. I've got an idea. I'm not going to do that. That's too big. Try to make these probes small. However, what I might actually have to do is if I do a structural have something like that. Or in fact, have like that. Alright, now the reason I'm thinking of that is because what we're going to do is, and I'm looking at science, we definitely want to have one of these guys. Definitely need one of these guys to gather the atmosphere analysis. We are going to need, and how heavy is this? 0.05 tons, so it's actually not that heavy. I'm gonna grab one of these raviolis, accelerometers, pressure, temperature, and let's see, the mystery goo, 0.05. That's 005. 005. So these are really tiny things. And if I do this, oh, so if I make 2 of them and I do it like that, yeah, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, for example, I mean, you want miniature things like these guys are just too big. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now, this thing is going to need batteries. They have kind of big batteries over there. I like big batteries. I cannot lie. Nobody can deny that this battery gets up there. Alright, we're going to need science parts. So I can do that like that. Right, so those will open up once it's landed. Yeah, the clipping is terrible, but what can you do? And you say, well, what the hell? Why have you got this big thing over here? Because I'm mean, that's why. And I could do this. That's a 2G antenna. I have one over there. You know, it will be able to open up and communicate up with the main ship. Now the other thing that we gotta have little legs, landing legs, small little micro legs. Let's see. There you go, that looks cool. Okay. The clipping is real. The clipping is real. And you think, okay, yeah, that's a little probe. It's only got that much. I mean, you can't exactly do a powered landing on Eve, which is true. However, I've got an idea. It is such a freaky idea. The idea is beyond freakiness. Alright, so we've got that. Actually, this little probe, has it got an antenna on it? Yeah, it's got a 5K antenna. So that's enough for it to release and get down until it lands. So, heat shield. What does a small one do? Yep. There you go. It's a heat shield. Okay, but right, we still got to get this thing to land, so we still need parachutes. Now, this being on Eve. Yeah, I need to... Yeah, immune effects, I love the D-magic parts. The D-magic parts are awesome. You know, especially the science parts. The D... They are definitely awesome. But at the moment, I'm just playing with stock parts. On this Kareer, hard mode Kareer. Alright, so... So we only need actually one parachute. Question is... If I put the parachute... I mean, it's clipped in, but it should be alright. Yeah, well, yeah, no, that's definitely true. Alright, so... What do you think of that probe? Or what do you think of this little probe? Hey, Moose. Originally, yes. Originally, yes. Yeah, I take it you heard from the accent. Yep. Yeah, that will work. Okay. That should work. Let's try this out. So what we're going to do is, first of all, how much is it? 30,000 for this little probe. Oh, no. Call it Eve probe. Eve ground probe. There you go. So we can hit this in the simulator. Now we can do it. We can't orbit Eve because we haven't been to Eve yet. Shit. We run it in orbit. The click through is killing me. Kerbal. Yeah, okay. So let's try this. Let's try this in orbit of Kerbal, and just let's see if this works. And remember, this is running this simulator. So this is costing us cash. These 687. All right. Of course, it would be the dark side because that's just mean. Okay, so activate engine. And let's slow down. Alright. I mean, Eevee's different, but that kind of works alright. So now we push it onto that one. And let's see what happens. Oh, we're already in the atmosphere. Ah, shit. Alright, so it's... Oh, no, it's just use the dust delta V to land. Not to land, to get itself out of orbit. See, look at the cost of the simulation. Right, so keeping it over there. So right, it's and we kind of, so that heat shield is working. Heat shield worked. Alright, so heat shields work. So now we can jettison the heat shield. You've got to be kidding. Alright, now let's see. I mean, unfortunately it's dark. I'm not sure, but we can't get to the Eve simulation. We can load this thing up here. The parachute is ready to deploy. But it's only going to deploy. I have to adjust those parachutes. Yes, I'm gonna have a ship up there. Okay, so you know what happened there? I didn't... There you go. Now it should deploy properly. Right, so... Oh wow, they put us right on the edge of the orbit. Alright, there we go. Do that. So look how much this is costing us to test this thing. All because I stuffed up with that parachute. And this is the thing about the simulations. I've got no reverse or anything like that in the game. So that's why I use that simulation mod that allows us to simulate the stuff, but it costs us cash. So it's not something you can use a lot of. But with this, it's kind of going all the way to Eve. It's worth the cost of the simulation. We can't actually simulate Eve because we haven't been to Eve. So this is like a best guess effort. Bring that line. And you notice it's in the prograde because the heat shield's actually on top. So once it's past that heat thing, alright, so it's past the heat thing. Okay, so now what we can do is, this is what happened last time. So let's jettison. There we go. Because last time it came back and it hit us. And right, it's coming down. Now I can deploy the parachute. Right, so there's the parachute. 3,800. Yeah, that would have been the Alright. Parachute deployed. Actually, that. Looking at the height over there. And again, we can only, now if this works, if this parachute, alright, so that one parachute is plenty for this thing to land on Eve, because Eve has got a much thicker atmosphere, so it will slow down way more. However, there'll be a much more. Right, so there's our gear is out. Okay, so if I turn that on and just turn. And again, I don't need to even, I mean, look at that. Look at that. It's coming down like it's like a butterfly. So gentle. Okay, now we've got to test. Will the solar panels screw up? No, that's cool. Done. Okay, so there is our probe. Obviously there's no sun, so, but there we go. And yeah, we've got like 800 fuel left. So, I mean, so there we go. We've got a nice little probe. And it's got a good range antenna when it finally lands. So, yeah. That looks good. No issue with that. Wow, it cost us that much. Alright, so this probe, terminate simulation. That cost us 6,800. So almost 7,000 Kerbals just to test this. Alright, so this is a good little probe. This is the Eve ground probe. And this little guy, 1.2 tons. Okay, so now if we go and we open our Eve, where's it? Eve orbital science. Okay, and then we open Eve a ground probe and we hit the merge button. Alright, so that is alright, so we've got to find a place for this guy. So the question is, where would this guy? Yeah, so if you look, if I click sim, it says the sim setup cost, estimated minute per cost, and stuff like that. So in hard mode, where you can't revert or stuff like that, you can use the simulation, and that's going to cost us money. So yeah, you can make really big things, and you've got a chance to test it, but that testing costs you money. So if you've got a $200,000 rocket, running the thing to test it, that will cost you like 50,000 Kerbals. Will, you know, can save Kerbal lives, number one, and stack a 1.2. Yes, that is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of something like that. However, I'm thinking of doing it a slightly different way. See, what I could do is if I go, right, let's just set that to the root pod there. I love that root pod thing. Alright, so, I mean, we could do it like that. That's one probe. But do we want, how many probes do we want? Do we want one probe or do we want two probes? The expensive probes. What do you guys reckon? One or two probes? How many probes do we want to go? Ground probes do we want? Again, this is not something that we actually need to do. In fact, yeah, well, that's that hip hop. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, there will be a decoupler, but I mean, I was thinking of actually trying to put it in, here somewhere, and have it shoot out that way. Yeah, do something in these boxes, and then having it launch. You always need signs. The science is not a lie. Science is what you need. So, we've got a thought on how to do these things. I mean, what we've got as well is if I look here and offered quests. Now, I haven't got anything on Eve. Turn the surface moon canyon. Climate study of Duna, blah blah blah. Science on the surface of. I mean, we can look. We can always get. As we get closer, we can see what we can get over there. So what I'm thinking is this. This is my line of thinking on this thing. Is if I take something like this. And then I take these guys. Oh, if I do. Or even there. It's something like, you know, something like that. You know, and have them kind of on the side there. That's 3,500. See what I'm thinking? So I'm thinking something like that. Maybe how much is that? That's 4,600. $5,200. Remember, we need to get that to 5,500. Or actually, we don't. We don't, because this is enough to return us to Kerbal. So ideally, what we need is we need another section to get us there and put us into orbit around Kerbal without hitting this tank. If we do something like this. Now, this is going to seem a little bit ridiculous. But, I mean, since when has that actually stopped us before? $6,000. Alright, so maybe not that efficient. Maybe go like with these guys. 6,200. Yeah, interesting. Let's use some clipping. Judicious use of clipping. I mean, that's enough. It's not a high burn rate. Of course, I could always add, oops, another one. Add that there like that. Shit, wrong button. 1.0. Okay, alright, that's enough. That's enough. That will do it. Then if I have how's that? What do you think of that little craft? 4 probes. We've got our 3,300. That will put us there. I'm going to kind of have needs more rockets. Yes, Kenny. Right, it gets the Gypsy seal of approval. Right, that's so. Anybody have a problem with that one? That will be our Eve station. Yeah, that will be our Eve station. In fact, I can actually make these things smaller. So, what do you think of this one? Right, so, Order strat 2 grandparents spot. Ah, there we go. Docking ports? I don't know if it needs docking ports. Why would it need docking ports? Are we going to dock anything with it? No, because this is going to go into Eve. Oh! No, okay, so this is going to stay in orbit for a little bit, but then it's coming back home. Then it's coming back home, so there's got to be no need to actually dock with it. It's going to stay in orbit around Eve until the window opens for it to return. Again, this is not what the mission is about. But we, since the Eve window is open, that is what we're going to do. We've got batteries in there. We got science in there. That's what we're missing. Alright, so if I take that and I do one. They say, why am I doing one? Why am I doing like, you know, why am I doing one at a time instead of doing all of them like that? And I'll show you why. Um, 100G. Actually, no, we don't need 100G because the other satellite that we're putting there has got 100G. So, if I put this... Now, what's this one? This one is 15G. Oh, so there it's got the relay dish there. And over here I will put the other antenna. So I've got a relay dish. It's only a 15G relay dish. Although how heavy is that? 0.3 tons. How heavy is this? It's not good, not good. I want a fold-up relay. See, that's the smallest fold-up relay we got. That's 5. That's going to be good. That's going to be no good. It's going to be completely unbalanced. It's going to be completely unbalanced. It's not a good thing. Okay, so I can't have that there. It was an idea, but that's not going to work out. Actually, wait a second. Can I can see out the side windows. Kerbals don't need views, they'll be working. They shouldn't be looking, they have to work. Glorious Leaders has decided that a view is overrated. The Kerbals don't need it. Ta-da! There we go. No fun in North Korea. That's exactly right. So that is our craft. What do you guys think of that? Is that a cool little Eve craft? An Eve orbiter? I think that's pretty cool. I mean, we could do things like... Oh, this is going all the way to Eve. And we could do things like... just to kind of make this a little bit more aerodynamic. Just to make it a little bit more aerodynamic. There you go. Oh, and back. and back. That's why we have to have it 5,000. That's why we need about 5,400, approximately 5,400. Right, and it's also acting as a big relay with a direct, so it's got double the stuff. All right, so let's sort this out. So those guys up there, got this one and this one. Then that releases, and you got that one. But all these guys, but so these are the same as that. You got that one, and let's do that. Okay. All right, so 5,486. Now that's actually okay, because once we lose the weight of these things, we should be okay. Now I'm going to clamshell. I'm going to clamshell those. Once we lose the weight of these things, we should be okay. $3,000 and $2,400. Hey, Dovikin. Alright, so now we've got to get this guy up into... Alright, so let's save this. Alright, now it's time to get this guy into orbit. It's already 210,000. Oh, how much have I got? I don't know how much I've got. Let's have a look. Dynamics, structural. Ah, no, you're still playing Wildlands. I still haven't had a look at Wildlands yet. And we've got these big tanks now. And let's see. Then we've got this engine. 68,000. Right. $712. Multiple times, eh, Kenny? Multiple times. That's like more than one. $712. Alright, now actually, you know what? I think I might have an issue. I might have a bit of an issue here. $1,200.9. Maybe if I do that. And that's 109. Alright, let me just check something quickly. See, that's turned orange. I think we actually don't have the money to build this craft. We don't have the money to build this craft. To actually build the booster and stuff like that, we don't have the money. We've only got 161k. Because we did the upgrade of that. So, this can't go to... yeah, this can't go to Eve. Ah. 7,000. Yeah, I think the simulator, the simulator only cost me 7,000, but currently the craft is at 244. So I'm already 100k over budget. So what I've got to actually do is I've got to earn more money by doing missions. So, let's see. Multi-moon flyby. Tourist trips. More money. Yeah, I'm thinking. Multi-moon flyby with 3 tourists. That gives me 253. Land on moon with 2 tourists. That's 270. Except okay, so that will give me 500. So let's see. Oh, really? Oh yeah, sort funds. Grand tour of Jewel. Position a specific satellite. 203. I think yeah, look at that. I think I got the the ones that will give me the most money. The 2 tourist ones. So, plans. And we've got 8 days. 8 days before the window. So, let's quickly do a landing on the moon. So, we're going to do a... Let's open another one. What was it called? It was called Moon. Moonlander. Moon Tourists. Nope, not that one. Tourists Plus. Nope. Did I have? I'm sure I had a Moonlander. Is that the one? Moonlander T. Nope. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... So if I look at the 2 missions I've got now. Fly by the moon with 3 tourists and land on the moon with 2 tourists. So I've got to be able to take 5 tourists and they're going to fly by Minmus, then get into orbit of the moon, land on the moon and come back. So there were... Unmanned flyby of Eve. I've still got that. You know, I could still do that. We might need to wait for the next Eve window to send our people to Eve. Not the end of the world. But, we'll see how that goes. Alright, so... let's create a new one. So we're going to call it... Right, we're going to start with that. And we're going to call it Moon Lander T2 as like a second terminal. Alright, so you've got this guy, then we've got the tourists. Alright, so that's 7 Kerbals. So I just need a pilot and that's kind of all we need. Oops. 2.5 shield. Done. Alright, now what do we need on this? You're gonna need some electrical. I have 2 of those. That will just give us enough power. We are going to need... Let me put a battery up there. And we'll put a parachute on the top. Alright, so let's have a look at this. Okay, 7.1 meters per second. So that's not great. Because the tourist tank needs a tolerance of 6 meters per second. So we've got to try and get this down. Here's one option that we can do. Is just add another one of these. I mean, what did you do with all the funding from NKSA? I'm sorry, I'm not with the National Kerbal Space Association. I'm with NASA. See, it's real. Real. Alright, so this should be alright to kind of land. Let's put 6, 2, 6, and yeah. Glorious leader of the glorious spaceman ran out of glorious money to put glorious spaceship into glorious space. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what happened. And it was the... Okay, who of you have seen Bloodsport? Whoever here has actually seen the game, has seen the movie Bloodsport. It's an old movie, but at the one stage, it's one of Van Damme's. I think it's one of his first movie, one of his only movies that was actually good in. Yeah. So what? Yeah. So okay. So what of Mark? You'll understand this part. Is one of the things to get into the competition, he has to show that he is trained by a specific master. So he takes a brick and he uses, go whack. I mean, I think they're like 3 bricks on top of each other, and he hits the top brick, and the center brick shatters, leaving the other 2 bricks sort of unbroken. And anyway, so that's how he gets into the space program. So then one of the other fighters later runs into him and says, and he goes, it's an American shithead who makes tricks with bricks. And it's like when you said the thing about the glorious leader, yeah, that's exactly the response I thought of. The American shithead who makes tricks with bricks. It's a great movie. If you can get Bloodsport, watch it. It's really awesome. Alright, so let's have a look at this. Yeah, I'm not sure who's in it. Can't remember. You're gonna make me go into IMDb. Look at that. 1988. Holy crap. 1988. Yeah, but it's actually a pretty good one. Now, who did you say? Bolo Young. Yeah. He was the big bad guy. He was the big bad guy. Now there's one Russian guy or something. Wow, half of these haven't even got pictures on. That's how old this is. But anyway, definitely a good movie. I enjoyed that movie. Alright, now back to space programs. I mean, actually, would it even be on Netflix or stuff like that? The Cincinnati Bagels? Do they make bagels in Cincinnati? I was not aware. Never heard of bagels in Cincinnati. Don't know anything about American sports. Except for American football, where it's kind of like, it's the wimp version of rugby. Yep, American football is the wimp version of rugby. Real men don't need pads of that to smash into each other. Let me guess. All the unsubs, unfollows. Okay, so if I go up and I get over to So let me look at this. Let me look at this. So this is what we think. All right. So we've got to get up there. Right. So let's look. We've got to go to Minmus. 930 and then hit the moon. 2000. Land the moon 580 and back. You know what? I actually want to pack in maybe a little bit more. Oh, you know, that could be alright actually. That could be alright. Let's try this. Maybe we could do it like that. And landing legs. No, where are my legs? I don't have any bigger legs. Yeah, you know what, that will work. That should be alright. We'll just have to do a really soft landing. What's all that? Rugby versus football. Actually, wasn't Wales versus Tonga on? Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Wasn't it Wales versus Tonga on? Which shit. Oh, Wales vs Tonga. Shit, Wales vs Tonga, I missed it. Because I was streaming to you guys. And then... oh, in about 5 minutes, All Blacks vs Samoa. That should be a great game. And now I've got to stream this, where I want to go watch the All Blacks vs Samoa. I love watching the island teams play. They're awesome. Now, actually, when I was in the States, right, they had America's Funniest Home Videos. And you know what won America's Funniest Home Videos? A school football team that passed the ball. So what happened was, in American football, you can pass the ball back. You know, just like you can in rugby, which I know you don't actually know that. A lot of people don't know that. You can, so you can do one forward pass, I believe, but then you can pass the ball back as many times as you want. And so what happened in this game is the kids, somebody came running at the one kid, so he passed it to the other kid who ran forward. Then they came running at that one who passed it off to the... and they went around the whole team like that, and they scored the touchdown. In other words, they played the game almost like a rugby game. And they got the touchdown. But that was America's Funniest Home Video. Because they actually passed the ball. We all know you're mentally challenged. That's why you live in Thailand. That way you get more time to do things correctly when the real world has to see your edited streams. Yeah, I'm editing on the fly. Real time editing this. So this is okay. This is an okay lander. This should work. I don't see any reason why this shouldn't work. We've got batteries, we've got solar. Yep, this is a landing craft. Okay, so now we've got to get this into space. And we've got to add in a little bit of maybe a little bit extra just to give us that little boost. What world is this? The Matrix. Actually, you know, there is a theory about that. It's a serious theory about people that the universe is actually a simulation, and we are not real. We are simulations. And I think it was to what was it, when they were looking at black holes or something? I'm not sure, but it's a serious theory. Hey, just a man, dude. I mean, it is actually a serious. It is a serious. Is it a hypothesis? What do we call it? Hypothesis or theory? But yeah, that we are all simulations. And yeah. Nice, Kenny. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of strange things. And Kenny is the strangest. Alright, let's see. Now that is... We need to increase that by 1,000. So what if we throw these guys like... Throw these guys like that. Well, no, I mean, it's... I mean, there's a whole lot of mathematical proofs and things like that. Yeah, to demonstrate that it actually is a simulation. Again, I'm not, you know, I'm not like all completely brushed up on the theory and stuff like that. Yeah. Now this is what Kenny does. Kenny plays a lot of WWE. He streams a lot of more W's than I know. He streams a whole lot of www stuff, and he makes wrestlers out of people. And he made a wrestler, he turned me into a wrestler. But he made my wrestler so bad that he pretty much loses every single time. And he expects me to be nice to him now. You see, so when you say, oh, I should be nice to Kenny, no, the answer is no. I should not be nice to Kenny. Kenny's mean to me. That's 0.83. I need more engines on this. I'll do these guys. That's too much. I can always limit these thrusters down. Oh, there you go. Alright, that's 4,000. Alright, that will give us our extra boost. Yeah. So Kenny's a big meanie. In case nobody knew. So don't upset Kenny, otherwise he'll put you so otherwise he'll put you in a ring and he'll get you beaten up. Because Kenny is a meanie. Right, so let's put that there. Right, now what does this say? 78% chance of recovery. We need more. Hard to get into a good angle to do. Yep. We calculate 91%. Excellent. That's good. Right. Then I take one of these and I throw it on here. And what does it say on that stage? Those guys there. And what does it say there? 52% chance. Wow. Oops. We calculate 95%. Okay, done. Alright, so that's all sorted. Alright, let's try this out. 162. I could probably increase these. 162 is okay. 4,000. Now this one's going to be a little bit of a tricky one to fly because of these things. So, Autostrat, grandparent bot. Because of these things, they're going to be a little bit tricky. But we should be alright. We don't really need any science. We've got all the science we can possibly get. I think science is not... you know what? Maybe. Maybe. Should we take a scientist along? Yeah, let's take a scientist along. Oh, wait. We got some science we haven't done yet. Graviolis. So we've got graviolis to do. Accelerometer. Yeah, that should be enough science. What advancement? What is Kenny on about? Now, do we test this? Do we need to? No, we don't. We are just going to be heroes. So let's send up. Who is going to fly this? Have we got any more pilots? Oh, we killed our last pilots. Well, we're going to need a scientist. Told us, you know, we're going to get Jeb to pilot this. And our tourists. There we go. All right. Let's launch this big boy. Now this one we got to go to. Alright, so this one we've got to fly by Minmus, land on the moon, and come back home to get our stuff. Again, let's F12. Alright, so remember this is hard mode. If it screws up, everybody dies. Okay, Kitty. You tell them you're watching me. Yeah, just imagine we're gonna go like that's how we're gonna fight. Out with a fist like a man. Alright, so off we go. 3, 2, 1, and don't die. Alright, that's good. Now I'm not sure about doing the turn early because of these things. So yeah, you see kind of it's, so what I'm doing is I'm going to go straight up till the air pressure is low, and then I'm going to do the turn. Because I'm a little bit afraid that if I do it early, because of the way this is built, it's going to fall over. So you see, look how the drag is dropping. Now I can start doing the turn. See, look at that drag is dropped. Yes, this is not the kind of best way to do this, but when you've got an unstable rocket or unaerodynamic rocket, this method is not efficient at all. So you're not dealing with efficiency. See, already at 70, so I'm actually turning it like that. It's absolutely, totally inefficient. However, I had no problems with the launch, even though it was a completely unaerodynamic rocket. But see, now I'm building up horizontal speed. Just Amanda, thank you for all your bits. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And Sue. We're still going up. How much? You look at that, that's increasing. We're actually in space now. We're in space. That speed is increasing. And 100. And you can see what's happened. Alright, so add a maneuver on there at the apo, kind of circularize 416. Get some sun. You are very nice. Thank you very much. And at 13 seconds, so Jebediah. Ooh, can I get any science here? Gravity scan. Nice. Thank you. But science is not really the issue for us at the moment. Now the issue is getting funds. That's at 13 seconds. That's 29. Right. So get yourself in position. $416. Burn. Like, so Kellogg is our scientist. Right, now, if you notice, we had, up to this stage, we had about 4,000 Delta V. And that used almost 4,000 Delta V to get up there because of that straight up maneuver. Because of that straight up maneuver, we used almost 4,000 Delta V, which is crazy. Okay, so EVA report, take the data, and climb back in. Gravity scan. Take data. Oh, it's just getting lots of, okay. Oops, and climb back in. Alright, so now let's have a look at what we've got here. So now we've got a choice. We can either go, yeah, let's do that. Although it's going to be a long trip. I mean, we can go to the moon, get ourselves into orbit around the moon, and then shoot up to Minmus from the moon. Yeah, no, just wanted, yeah, it's the 45 degree. You've got to take off at about 70 meters per second. You turn over. But the reason I didn't do that with my craft was because of the way it was built. The aerodynamics of it was not conducive to that sort of. It was not as streamlined as it should be. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think first, because that guy is right over there, it's a far way to go. I am going to go to the moon first, land on the moon, and then go via Minmus on the way back. I mean, why not? Why not? So we're going to set this as the target. I mean, we see we can actually do that right here. Air maneuver, push out. All right. Okay, so let's focus. So look at that. You see, it's a nice, really nice and close. Now, I mean, I'm just thinking, you see, to go on that one over there, to go via Minmus, it's going to be difficult. Just in a terrible spot at the moment. So yeah, I mean, let's do this. Right, so in 24 minutes, we'll do that. We'll get ourselves into orbit, and then we will fly back via Minmus. Probably a terrible idea, but you know, the glorious leader has decided that this is what they should do. Who are the Kerbals to argue? The glorious leader has got, he bought all his PhDs on a PhD store, so you know, he knows shit. In fact, there is not a single thing that the glorious leader is non-expert in. True story. It conforms to dear Kim. That's right. That is absolutely right. Now, I mean, normally in this situation, I would definitely go to Minmus first, you know, and on the way back hit the moon. So I really don't know how this is going to work, or if it is going to work, or if we're going to run out of fuel. I don't know, but we're doing this for the money. The glorious leader has got no more ability to do taxes anymore. Well, only, you know, it's the glorious leader is the only one that can have money, and therefore taxing the peasants is very hard. Because money is illegal for anybody else. Are they real PhDs? He has declared them real. The fake PhDs was a lie. It was a lie used to undermine the glorious leader's Mensa level of intelligence. In fact, the glorious leader was far too intelligent for Mensa. He rejected Mensa. He said the people at Mensa are not smart enough to actually be able to talk to him. That glorious leader is all about rewarding those with higher intelligence. So he keeps rewarding himself because nobody has got a higher intelligence than him. No. They need to pray to the glorious leader and reward them with food. Right, so let's see. Now if I do this. Shift. There you go. Done. Look at that. See? Perfect. The glorious leader is that, indeed. Alright, so we're going to add a maneuver over here. We are going to circularize 300. Okay, done. Let's add this alarm. That's in 5 hours. Okay. So there we go. Right, so come on, kill our Kerman. Whoa! Psychedelic. That, like that. Come on. Sorry. That, jeez. Not a fan of that. Go scan. And that's weird. I don't know why this is. Me being an angel. Oh, the precise maneuver system is great, isn't it? Yeah, the precise maneuver is just so. It just. Not that it doesn't make the game easy, but it just makes controlling stuff a lot better. Ooh. So, that is really annoying, isn't it? I wonder if that still happens with 1.3. I need to adjust, maybe on the weekend. I've got so much stuff to do on the weekend. So maybe on the weekend, I'll have to see if I can get this up and running with 1.3. See what's available. Yeah, but that precise maneuver is... It just got some things, you know, like for example, to circularize our orbit. It's really not that hard. Once you've done it a few times, it's easy. So it's kind of like the monkey work is taken out. You still got to set up all your things, but that circularize, for example, is something you do all the time. And really, what you're doing is you're just removing the monkey work from it. There you go. I'm not sure which one is causing that. There you go, it's space. Gravity scan. EVA. Not sure what is causing that. Anyway, I mean, I'm getting data. So I'm getting a bunch of data from this. So, I mean, you know, we are getting science, so that's a good thing. You see? 24 science each time. So, this craft is on a science mission as well. So, if anything, it's not kind of wasted. Alright, take. And unfortunately, it's one of these annoying things. Getting out and... I mean, this... I don't like this part. Is there a way to... I wonder if there's a way to make that automatic. I don't know. Yeah. Right. So let's get this guy into the right position. We 2 minutes away from the burn. There's another one. Be out. Take data. And 3 minutes out. Okay, let's turn that off now. Right, and so 14 seconds before we've got to burn. And that'll put us in orbit of the moon. And here we go. 28. Alright, so get ourselves into good spot. And 14 burn. Right, now this is putting us in orbit. Oh, that's not unusual. Why should that be unusual to fall asleep with your phone, with your earbuds on? Maybe he's listening to soothing music. The last time we were talking about, last time we had a chat about who uses their phone as an actual phone. And I was saying I never use my phone as an actual phone, and then the phone rang. And I had to use it as an actual phone. Alright, so let's look at this, go around and round this goes. Where's it going to stop? Nobody knows. Where should we land? I think I'm just going to land over here. Yeah, let's land over here. This looks like a good place to land. Yeah, that's good enough. So, what we do to land is I am going to burn retrograde. Yeah, I just want to land I just want to land on the moon. That's it. I'm not looking for anything, any particular spot. Yeah, that looks good. Done. Okay. So there we go. Just going straight down. Alright, now suicide burn says in 1 kilometer. Oh no, in 11 kilometers. In 11 kilometers, we do a full-on burn. So we got to be about 2 kilometers up. That's what the suicide burn tells us. Alright, see ya, just man dude. Alright, so in 5, 4, 3, 2. The suicide burns always scare me. always scare me. Oh. $500 meters. $200 meters. 100 meters. $37. Perfect landing. Look at that. Right, so if I look at the contract page, oh my. Land on Minmus with 2 tourists, not land on the moon with 2 tourists. You have got to be kidding me. Why? Why? The glorious leader has decided to change the names of the planets. Oh. Gosh, you. Oh. Jepsy, that's a good idea. That is actually a good idea. Oh, wait. I have the claw. I do have the claw. In fact, if I had a docking port, I've got a whole lot of fuel around the moon. So I think we're gonna have to do that. All right. So the glorious leader decided that this is what it meant to do all along. He wants to show his ability to refuel ships in space for a fraction of the cost of returning them home. I mean, it was such a good landing on the moon. All right. Oh, wait. Do we want to go outside and do stuff outside? Do they want to work on the moon? Nah, they don't need to walk on the moon. Actually, maybe Kellogg. Let go! Be free! And fall over. Alright, so plant a flag. And the flag is Minmus landing on the moon. Glorious leader has declared this to indeed be Minmus, regardless of what anybody else says. There you go. See? We landed on Minmus. It's all done. Minmus landing is complete. Okay, so actually take that alarm clock off. Alright, so, oops. Oh, no, that's right. So we're going to get this up to, let's get this up to about 20 kilometers. That's a cool one. Okay, and done. And then at the apoapsis and maneuver the apo, circularize, and let's bring this a little bit more kind of closer to the equatorial style. Okay, here we go. 318 delta V. Alright. So that's good because we ain't going anywhere after that. We totally miscalculated our fuel. Total miscalculation. Well, it was a perfect calculation to get us into orbit for the rescue. So, how the glorious leader knows exactly how much fuel to use in order to make it into the rescue mode. The guy is a genius. There is no denying it. The glorious leader knows it all. This was so meticulously planned. I mean, the tourists, the tourists are in awe of this planning of the glorious leader. Everybody thought he hit the wrong planet, but no, he wanted to take them to not one but two moons, and the joys of refueling in space.
They are out there watching.
And Atherton, thank you for that eyes, mate. Yeah, everybody thought we made a huge stuff up, but what nobody realized is this what the Glorious Leaders plan all along. EVAU. Grab that. And get back in there. Oh, more gravity scan. EVAU. Grab that. And get back in there. Alright, so. Leave this over there. Alright, so these guys are now happily in orbit around the moon at a 20 by 20. Perfect. No, the Glorious Leader, he is incapable of making mistakes. For he is in fact perfect. Other units, it's one of those KSP is one of those games that I don't know what it is about it, but it is definitely fun. Alright, let's see, what do we do? Stage debris. Oh, sorry, 89% recovered, 89, 89, 71. Okay, so those are all the... Alright, so we haven't actually finished any missions. However, what we're going to do now is the Glorious Leader is going to demonstrate his ability to send up a craft to rendezvous with another craft around Minmus, aka the moon. I think the Glorious Leader decided to switch the names back because it's getting a little bit confusing. No, I cannot. Nice, P101. Nice. Alright, so back to the Space Center. Moonmas. Alright, we're not going to complete this before the Kerbal window. Before the Kerbal window pipes up. Oh, we saw that Kraken rescue. That's still going. Alright, so that was our first clawcraft. This is going to be our second clawcraft. The first one, we're actually going to rescue people. We actually sent them to rescue some other people. So, what we're going to do. We're going to start a new one. Is that how much I've got? 95k. Ow. Ow. Okay, so we've got to do this. In his attempt to remove money, the Glorious Leader has made the mistake of not collecting enough of it himself. Oh, that actually does. What's got the SAS stuff? Why is it not in there? Okay. So this is the plan. So what we're going to do is actually we need that. Then we are going to need. So we've got to get this done really. Gypsy likes this idea of mine. Hey, Tiger Shark. Alright, so what we're doing right now is the Glorious Leader has decided to show his ability to refuel craft in space using the claw. This came after an attempt to do a double landing and hitting the correct planet that the Glorious Leader decided that he wanted to hit. Now we are sending up a refueler. The dirty dozen. And why would they say dirty? They should wash more. Okay, that should be enough fuel. Let's have a look at the center of mass. Right. So, I'm just going to guess around there. It's good enough. Right, and yeah, I remember the dirty dozen. The age. You know what we're going to do with this? We're going to leave this up in space. Because we can then take this and attach it to the space station. So this will be the refueler. So this could actually this could stay up in orbit of the moon, and it can go towards the moon station and collect fuel from there. So if any other craft need it, it can do it. The Glorious Leader once again has surprised everybody by thinking ahead of the game. This Glorious Leader, he is so glorious. His light shines. Maybe just two. Right, so how much batteries? 805 batteries. I'm thinking maybe more. 4. Okay, and now communication. Alright, so that is our refueler. Boom, that's our refueler. We've got batteries, we've got RCS and stuff in there. Not a lot of RCS. Only 80. Do we need more RCS? You know, that's 150. That's 60. Where did the snacks go? Well, we're playing a hard mode career, but we are not playing with life support. We are actually only using stock parts. There we go. Look at that. The glorious leader has decided that bubbles are important. 4,400. Alright, that's alright. Should be enough. So, and that is nice and aerodynamic. $1,000. Oh yes, yeah. That's so. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I play Kerbals, which is a fully modded game. So Kerbals is my fully modded game with life support and stuff like that. No bubbles. Then North Korea is my hard mode career series that uses stock parts but extra mods for things like for extra parts for things like stage recovery, extra contracts, Kerbal engineer, stuff like that, but no extra parts and no modification of the parts. So each one of these craft will fit perfectly. Oh, did it not work? Let's be Kareer. There you go. Each one would fit perfectly in sort of, you could load up in your own game if you wanted to. But there's nothing special about the parts in this one. Remember, we've only got 95,000 left. We are not doing too hotly. Having the RCS tag just behind the nozzle. Glorious leader decides the RCS gets cold too. But the RCS doesn't actually provide a lot of doesn't provide heat, much heat. So that should be okay. 377 and 125, so T30s. 197. That looks good. I'm actually just going to give it a little bit more. Just, so I can have as much left in the fuel tank as possible. Close these things off. Do a removal specialist. Do a strategic structural strutting. And I'm gonna, this is where I get cover. Well, you know, strut. There we go. That should be nice and solid. 183, look at that, perfect. Okay, so parachute time. We spend the money on the parachutes so stage recovery can recover these things. Exactly, if I do it like that, and oops. Let's just update this. Okay. And that, and let's look at stage recovery. What does it? 93% chance of recovering those. Nice. And then we take this and we put it there. Oh, these guys are there. There. These are up. Yeah. Recalculate 52%. So do it like that. 95%. Done. If you put fins on it, do you have to disable roll? Oh yeah, and okay, so let me just, sorry, I was just building. Let me just answer a few questions there. Alright, number one. Does this affect the RCS? No. In fact, with this game, you could actually do this. Let's take, yeah, let's save this. You could actually do that, and that wouldn't affect the RCS. So, yeah, that's having that behind it, no problem at all. Now with the engines, they will actually cause the stuff to burn off, so that could affect it. Alright, so we've got that there. Right, there we go. So that looks good. Now it's got that big antenna there. Just let me get that a smaller antenna. Get this guy. Just as, you know, in case it needs it before it gets up to space. Fins. Okay, now fins. Fins will stabilize it. But it actually doesn't need to be stabilized because it's got this main engine that is gimbaled, so that can control it, and it's got these guys that are kind of acting like fins. Now these are R30s, they've got no gimbals, so there's no actual need to stabilize it. In fact, these engines I'm actually going to slow down a bit. So there's no need for fins on this rocket. I hardly ever use fins on my rockets. I mean, this is a nice clean profile rocket, 69,000, so it is the ideal rocket. Alright, so let's send this up. Now remember, we are playing hard mode, so I am double checking everything. Yeah, let's launch. Yeah, and one of the things that you've got to do is now before every launch, right, press T, and that turns on your SAS, and that's your stability assist. And also you want to pump that up to full. So that kind of will keep it, you know, that will try to keep your rocket stable. Right, so just final check. Yep, everything looks good. That one I'm not attempting to get back. Okay, so I'll put it on the aerodynamics forces. And now we're going to do, this is a nice stable rocket. So we're going to do a proper launch for this one. Right, and 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so we go straight up. This is the way I'll do it. To about 70 meters per second. So I'm looking at this. Once it hits 70, then I do a turn. Just do like a 5-degree turn. Right, now, what should happen is the rocket, gravity, slowly causes the rocket to tip over. And essentially all I do is I stay in this prograde mark. And if I stay in this prograde mark, it's sometimes you just need to help with the tipping. If I stay within this prograde mark, everything becomes, works out just fine. So what you want to do is you want to get to about between 10 and 15 kilometers on this 45-degree mark, which I've kind of bit of a steep launch, but it's okay. I'm just trying to pull this prograde down. I think we had a little bit too much power on that, but that's okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm just staying close to that prograde. Yeah, I'm not doing any major movements. I'm keeping my eye on, and I can see there's no more aero forces on this, lift or drag and stuff like that, because it's gone too high. However, what we did have is a little bit of going too fast, too low, but that's kind of over. Right. See, we're reaching up to 100. And I'm just trying to extend this out. Boom, 100. Okay, so what's at 100 is we then go over here, go into our upper axis, create a maneuver there. Just say upper axis, there you go. And we're going to circularize it, and that will mean 748, and we will get ourselves into orbit. Wow, that's actually a lot more than I expected it. Because I came up too steep. Right, so we now are in space. Can open these solar panels. And I can open this. And at 22 seconds, the burn. That was actually really not a great launch. It's too fast. But it still got up there. We just won't have as much fuel to give the craft. Not the end of the world. Yeah, my fuel management has been a little bit shitty today. And go. Alright, so once this is burnt, we will be in orbit. Oh, still got 1,000 left on it. Oh, okay. Oh, no, that worked out fine. I was looking at the wrong number. Oops. Ah. So what have we got? We've got 100 by 98. Good enough for me. Okay. So now we've got our moon set as target. We've got to get ourselves to the moon. So I look at the moon will probably be there. So if we go over here and we add a maneuver, we'll prograde out. And just right. So where is that going? There we go. Done. You see, I'm just adjusting that a little bit. Oh, were they still edible rubber? Were they still making more Futuramas? I thought they were. Futurama was over quite a while ago. Alright, there we go. That's about 68. Yeah. Actually, that's alright. Yeah, about 60 is fine. Because what we'll do there is we will then adjust it from there. So, what we've got over there is an 840 Delta V burn. Oh, really? They take... I thought the whole idea of Netflix was to have a whole lot of stuff in the catalog. You see, that's kind of the problem with the with a lot of the online stuff. Is you can watch stuff in that, but if you want to keep stuff, then really the idea is to have to buy the DVDs and stuff like that. Hey, 420 Ninja. Yeah, or you just yeah, and that's you know, so you subscribe to the service to have all that stuff available, and then they take it off. Is it worth it? You know, it's kind of that's yeah. If you want the latest, if you want the latest stuff, sure. If you want the older stuff, best to buy it in you know, DVD collections and stuff like that, and then or buy it from a place you can download and store it on your own machine. You know, in something like Plex or MB or you know, Kodi or something like that, so that you've always got it at home to watch. No company can take it away from you. That is the danger of the cloud. You've got no control what happens in the cloud. And that is what everybody forgets. You do not own your data in the cloud. But no control over it. Okay, so I'm just getting this down to 19 seconds before. Okay, so look at this. We bring this, just mark this up there, and at 19 seconds we start the burn. Still got 424 left. We're not actually going to use that much. And 19. Fire away. I don't know about that, Mr. Bone, but it does seem like something Microsoft would do. You know, okay, alright, so there's a couple of things that you can do to get around the whole encryption thing. Like, for example, I know Dropbox, your stuffing is... They've got access to all your stuff. You know, that's stored up there. Google probably has access to all your stuff stored up there. I believe, what is it? Mega.com or mega.nz, whatever. Theirs is encrypted. They don't have access to any of your stuff up there. You're the only one that's got the encryption key. So if you want to install encrypted stuff in the cloud, most of the time what you've got to do is encrypt it on your side and then upload the encrypted area. The problem is with that is it's normally, if one thing of a file changes, like with Dropbox, it's just like an rsync and it keeps it up to date, just small parts of the file. If you do the encrypted thing and you kind of using like a virtual drive and stuff like that, you're talking about gigabyte files at a time, which can, slows down the process. Oh, really, Mr. Bone? Nice. I mean, look at the thing about a lot of people rip on Google, but the thing about the Google products is Google's free. They are going to use your stuff. For example, they'll use the pictures as training for their AIs and crap like that. That's part of the deal. But the stuff that they produce, you kind of know it. So stuff they produce is pretty good. So it's kind of like you're getting good stuff for free, but they are, using your data to analyze things. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. The problem is when you've got a lot of the government agencies trying to get all that stuff, it really becomes a terrible thing. Right, so let's see. If I go over here, add maneuver and circularize. Now I want to have this as my target. So I kind of need to have this where it's... There we go. If I do it there, that's kind of where the paths cross. Right, so I hit circularize there. And then just kind of bring that up. Right, and now what that's doing is putting these guys on the same plane. Meaning it will be way easier to catch up to it. However, the issue with this, I don't think I'm going to have a good view of that, and I might have an issue with communication because it's a probe. So instead I am going to have to do it maybe over here, maybe at the periapsis. Yeah, I should still have communication there. That's kind of the issue. The issue is I need to stay in good communication with this. So hopefully this will be alright. Now I can do a kind of try bring this as close to that as possible. It's not going to be right, but it's close enough. Alright, done. And then we can always, make a minor adjustment to do it there. Adjust it onto the same plane. Alright, so that looks good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to add an alarm to allow me to tell me when that's up. 5 hours time. Right, get it all set up there. And let this thing fly through. Right, you can see it's got the green line, it's got communication. Communication's all working. Cool. Right, it's got communication there. Communication there. Right, so communication is good. So we actually are right. So yeah, so we got some communication. Remember, we have to do this while we've got communication to the probe. If we don't have communication to the probe, obviously it ain't gonna work. There we at the alarm. Okay, and now at 10 seconds before, we've got a 20-second burn, and that will get us into orbit. Wow. Okay, so you okay, Mr. Bone? You're not exploding or anything? Do you need a mint? It's wafer thin, this mint. Wafer thin. Where's that from? Anybody with a wafer thin mint? Come on. Wafer thin. Somebody's about to explode. Hey, B101, you got it. And what Monty Python? Which Monty Python was it? Hey, there you go. Whoa! Okay, so we got a lot of Monty Python fans here. Yeah, it was the meaning of life. Oh, that was another show. Who remembers a what was it? Eric the Viking. Anybody remember Eric the Viking? I remember watching Eric the Viking. Eric the Viking was cool. Oh, yeah, no. I meant which Monty Python movie. I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm terrible. I don't even know which Python is the correct Python. All right, so look at this. We over here. This guy's over here. It's going to take a while for this to actually meet up. So if I move it around, there we go. Okay. So round this part. At this position, these guys will intersect within 2.9 kilometers. Oh, let's see if I can change it. 0.8, 7. 2.7. Okay. Now, can I adjust that way? 2.7. Now, if I take this down a bit, 6. Okay, and then maybe a little bit that way. Trying to get these guys to intersect. For 1.7. Alright, and bring it in a bit. So this is kind of, doing that whole rendezvous thing. Or as the French would say, a rendezvous. There you go, 0.9. Nice. Nice. 0.9. 0.4. Perfect. 0.4. Excellent. So, in 1 hour, 44 minutes, I do a 25.7 No, he's not the Messiah. He's a naughty, naughty boy. Alright, so at... yeah, so in 1 hour 44. So what I did was and that's what's really nice about precise maneuver, is I actually moved it around. So I might have to do a few rotations, but when it gets to that point, we can just do a small little burn, and that will link up with this guy. So let's look at this. So 1 hour and 44. So I mean, it's going around. See, does 1 lap. There you go. So it actually had to go around an entire time, and that's how good our maneuver was set up. Alright, so that. Hey, Kerbals. I usually eyeball. Yeah, I mean, you can, but it's can be tricky. This way, I mean, I'm using. You know, we had a higher orbit and everything else. I'm not messing around. I'm just 25.7. Eyeballing it in space can be difficult because of the way things move and stuff like that. And this one would be kind of difficult to eyeball, I would say. And so let's do that. I'm not going... wasn't going kind of... There we go. And let's see what we've got over there. 1.2 kilometers. That's actually fine. So, there's our craft. They are currently 122 kilometers away. Oh, which one, Kerbals? Which holiday is it? See if I still remember the South African holidays. So, oh shit, the game just ended. All Blacks vs Samoa. Just ended. Who won that game? Need to find out. Hey, Assam. Okay, so what am I doing? Right, so there's my refueler. There's the moon lander. Well, it actually should be the Minmus lander, but the glorious leader has decided to not use that. Alright, so now we can actually go over there. Where is it? It's still far away. Let's probably get within 10 kilometers and then have a look. 8, 7, 6. Alright. So we know that it's going to, the closest point is going to be, what's that? Oh, first Kerbal on the moon. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright, so we know, let's take this alarm clock away. We know that it's going to be within 1.2 is the match. But what we can actually do, 22, that's okay. We can actually just pull this over a little bit. Right, so now it's just heading towards the target more. Now what we can do is we'll swap this around. And you know, we want to try, we'll slow down as we get closer to it. Oh, right. Yeah, I really don't remember a lot of the South African holidays. Yeah. So the story with Hassam is Hassam had never played Empyrean, and he got Empyrean to play with us, and now he is what we term as an Imperium addict. The guy has he stayed up all night playing. He's loving the game. Ah, no worries, edible rubber. Rubik's cubes. Do you know? I remember when those things came out. Now let's slow ourselves down a bit. Right, so we're slowing ourselves down, and also we're getting this more on target. So we're 1.8 kilometers, and we're still going towards the target at 17.5. And right, so we're heading towards right. I really need to slow down. 10. I mean, this is how we will normally do a docking thing anyway. It's getting a little bit fast. Maybe down to 4. And usually what I want to do is I want to stop within about 100 meters or so. We want to stop within 100 meters, and that will give us a good... Yeah, that will give us a nice ability on how to actually dock this thing. Yes. Although, I mean, I remember the stuff, but, you know, I'm over it. It's kind of like, you know, it's some people, they absolutely love the 8-bit graphic games and that because it reminds them of, you know, when they were young and, you know, the old style retro games and stuff like that. I hate it. It's, yeah, I remember those games, but I don't want to play them anymore. I want real graphics. You know, the 8-bit stuff, it just, I find it more annoying than anything else. Alright, so there is our ship. Now we've got no docking port, so this is kind of where we do this manually. So we're going to control from here. Control from here. Okay, and there is the target. Now we are going to turn on RCS, and we are slowly moving towards the target. Now, keeping that like that means we are heading directly at... Can I show... You see, I can't even show center of mass or anything like that. So this is where the part... How are we... Okay, we've got good communication for a while. So this is kind of where you've got to do this. You've really got to eyeball this. But you can use your instruments to get an idea of where you're going. Right, so I'm going to aim camera over there. So you can see I'm kind of still going directly at that target. To do it without the instruments, extremely hard. And really all I need to do is just attach somewhere on the ship, but I don't want to break kind of any of the other stuff there. So ideally if I can attach over there, that would be perfect. Right, so if I, oops. Close down. No, there you go. This is where it's eyeballing it. Again, it's hard to adjust. I'm actually looking at come on, attach! Attach, damn you. Why won't you attach? There you go, attached. Alright. So I mean that's kind of the eyeballing thing. Yeah, but I mean I got it. So alright, so we are now done the docking. Or what have we done with the ship? 20, 21. We've actually pushed it up. We pushed it up a kilometer. You have to hit it with a certain amount of speed. Alright, so if I look at what these have got now look at the liquid fuel. That's what I like about this one. It's great. Alright, and now what I'm going to do is these tanks, I am going to turn those to in. Oh, no, not the, I'm going to do the side tanks to first. Because I want it to be balanced. So you see I've set all these to in. Okay, so the side tanks are in. They... Oh no. No, that one needs to be in. That one in. The middle tank. Alright, so the middle tank is not in. So I first wanted to get it to keep the thing balanced. There are some mods that do a fuel balancer. But to keep it balanced, this is what I'm doing. Right, so this, I will send that out, send that out. So look how it's pumping the fuel from this guy onto the ones that are set to accept it. Alright, and then this one, set that to out, set that to out. Okay, so that's now. Now I can set these two in. Alright, so that's got all that. This other fuel over here, I think I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep this last bit of fuel in this thing. And the reason... Okay, Mr. Bone, you keep yourself, you try feel better. So I'm going to keep this last bit of fuel in here. Why am I keeping this fuel in there? Because I'm going to send this to... yes, I can actually remove these now. So I'm going to send that to our... Where is it? Our Lunar station. Where it will dock with that and be able to collect more fuel from that. Eventually. Not right now. So we've filled up. We've added quite a bit of fuel. It should be enough. I'm not sure how much. It says 166, but that's both of these together. So it's carrying a lot of the empty weight. So let's see what happens when we release T. And just push it back. Just okay, and we go into this one. And let's look. We've got 1,700 fuel now. So that's better than having no fuel. Alright, so now from this one, we are going to look at going to min-miss. Min-miss is our target. So, wonder how we can do that. Let's have a look. Alright, so if we push out, I see we're falling back. There we go. Oh, shit. Bring that down to still in time. So let's delete that. And maneuver. Alright, so we want to push it obviously the outside. Pushing out. Alright, there we go. Alright, so look at that. Right, so there is, if I do it like that, that's 204. That was close. Right, let's okay, so you see that's close. Oh yeah, there could be, but we're just trying to see what we can do over here. See if we can get ourselves. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. Bam. See, I used the plus, so I just waited every orbit. I got us where one of them would be close, and every orbit, I just said another orbit, and then it got close. Now, that will make, if I focus on this one, I mean, it's far out. It's far out. There's, I mean, it's, you know, it's not great. It's not a great orbit by any means. However, it's enough to get the encounter. Yeah, now we are flying to the correct moon. Alright, so that's enough to get an encounter. On the way to Minmus, we'll make an adjustment to get us into the right, into the right position to land. And this is only costing us 203 Delta V. It's not costing us a lot. So that's in 1 hour 48 minutes. Although it's going to be a big trip to there. So 1 hour, we can have a look what's happening. It's just traveling around. See that little guy's refueler is moving away. Look how happy the Kerbals are. All the Kerbals are extremely happy. And this is what I do this in Sandbox all the time. Instead of just reverting stuff, I definitely try to solve the issue. That's how I get the fun in my Kerbal. Is you run into problems all the time. Don't revert it. Try solve it. You know, do rescue missions. Yeah, just definitely try solve the problem as opposed to, you know, hitting the easy revert key. Even if you got the reverting ability there. But of course, in hard mode career, I don't have any sort of reversion ability. So that makes it another reason why. So look at us, we're just flying around without a care in the world. These guys are getting way more than they bargained for. That's it had to do like a couple of. Were I ever good at Rubik cubes? No, I was terrible at Rubik cubes. I was terrible at them. I used to solve them by taking them apart and putting them back together. I know them. Although I think I did solve one once, and I was so surprised I almost fell off my chair. Yeah, I never actually learned the proper way to do it. I mean, you see some people that will do them in like 9 seconds. 9 seconds they will solve a cube, and it's like, what the actual hell? Your average time is 33.7 seconds. Holy crap. It took me longer to take the thing apart and put it back together. Ah! Wrong button! Right. Alright, cool. I've still got that. Still got that connection. Alright, so what we're going to do is over here, in 3 hours time, add a maneuver. And this is where we are going to do our change. El Presto Changeo. A little bit of a... I suppose it doesn't really matter what way I come up. Yeah, 14, that's good enough. Alright, perfect. Perfect. So in 3 hours time, for a burn of 52 delta V, we will get us into the right thing that we need to go to. Well, 2x2 is around 12. What were the cubes? The cubes I was used to was a 3x3. So 3. But yeah, I was... Yeah. No. I was... I was bad at them. But then again, I was a lot younger when I had them. So I didn't really sort of plan anything then. Alright, so off we go. Bye bye, moon. And we're running home. Ha! Nice as That works. Why not? Yeah, it worked. You solved it. There was a problem. You saw the problem. You solved the problem. Okay, so at 2.3 seconds. What I'm going to do is I'm going to burn a little bit before that. I'm going to start burning at about 5 seconds or so, but I'm going to be... Ooh. All that talking and I forgot to actually burn. Look at that, look at that. Oh, he's so beautiful. You should try to do it. Yeah, I mean, I remember all the books on how to solve them and stuff like that. I mean, I usually have a good visual sense of what's going on. There you go. Perfect. 13. Oh, it won't allow me to delete it. Interesting. Alright, so there we go. Look at that. Perfect. So if I add a maneuver over here and I hit circularize. You know what? I could actually hit circularize like that. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. What's the difference? That's normal. And if I bring it up there. Oh wow, it adds like 4 delta V. Wow, min-miss is. Okay, so there we go. That's kind of, that will put us in our orbit around min-miss. Nice, 84.1. So add that as an alarm. That's in 12 days' time. That's past the time of our Eve launch. So we are not sending a manned mission to Eve. We cannot afford it. We cannot afford a manned mission to Eve. So there is the Kerbal to Eve window. We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait. The glorious leader, after he filled his pool with money and dived in to swim around in all his money, somebody pulled the plug and all the money got drained. So unfortunately, the glorious leader has no more money. Poor glorious leader. Poor guy. Alright, so now it is the Eve window. In fact, the Eve window is actually in actually been a day or two more. The way it works is that alarm goes off about 4 days before. So I'll just do it over there. 2 days. Done. Just print. Oh yeah, that worked so well for Zimbabwe. Yes, and in case you think we're joking, we are not joking. The president of Zimbabwe, yeah, you know, the country was running out of money and had a whole lot of debts, so he decided the solution was to print more money to pay off the debts. I actually wish I was joking, but that actually really happened. E-flyby probe. Yeah, that was... Alright, so here we go. We got this guy. Yeah, he's still got his communication. Alright, so now this is the E-flyby probe. It's the flyby because that's what the actual mission was. To do a unmanned E-flyby probe. So we were going to send up some stuff for science, but unfortunately we're not able to. Alright, so how do we do this? If we look over here, when we set up it with trajectories, we set up Kerbal to Eve, and we hit this plotted. It actually, not this one, this is the next one. We're actually going to, let's add this one in. So that's the next time Eve window is open. So what it did is it plotted us that it was like right over here. Okay, and it gave us all these numbers. See, there's the other one, Kerbal to Eve. Oh, already been plotted. Alright, so it gave us all these numbers with things like how much ejection delta V, prograde, normal, all these funny numbers. But essentially all you need to do is you hit the show ejection angle, and what it does is, I don't know if you can see that, it draws a line and it says, okay, you need to eject from that point 132.87 to retrograde, which is what it says over there. So that is the point. So you add your maneuver on that point there. Now it doesn't need to be exact, but it's, yeah, close enough. And you made music to play for KSP, replacing the in-game music. Nice, nice. Normally I have music with the other game, but just when I do the Kareer, I keep the KSP music. Alright, so then we've put our maneuver point there. Then we look at this, and it says ejection delta V 1201. But that's the total ejection delta V. We look at the prograde delta V 982.7. So what I do is over here I type in 982.7, and then it says normal delta V minus 691.2. There's your normal minus 691.2. Alright, so it's set that all up. And if you look over there, 1201.4, which is matches that ejection delta V. But now, will this actually hit Eve? Let's zoom out and let's take a look. I'll close these cells. And there is Eve. Alright, so is it hitting Eve? The answer is no. Alright, so now, why is it not hitting Eve? Alright, there's a couple of reasons for this. The timing is, the timing could be wrong. My angle, 132.78 from retrograde. 132.87. Oh, actually, 8. You see, this is 87. This is 78. So I need to adjust the angle, and I can do that just by moving this a little bit. Whoops. You go 87. 88. Alright, so I've adjusted that way. It still hasn't got it. But we look at the time, our current time, so we use the normal time, year 2, day 127, 202. But it says depart at year 2, day 128. So we're actually leaving a day early. Right, we're leaving a day early, and that can affect it, especially in the planets that are in the inside one. With Moho, it's even more, you have to be more exact. Duna, as you go to the outer ones, you've got more time. But the inner ones, it starts getting a little bit difficult. But this is not really an issue, because it gets you in the general area of it. So what you can actually do is click on that separation thing, right click on that, it gives you the number, and start fiddling around with it. Move this, and look at that, that separation's dropping, and boom, there we go. We've actually got it done. What did I do? All I did was I just adjusted the time of leaving. So instead of being that instead of being 132.87, I'm now ejecting at a slightly different angle, 127.93. And that's where things like precise maneuver make it really easy to do that sort of thing. It's very difficult to do that with the normal one. With the normal one, you have to go in here, you have to take this, and you have to try slide it around like that, which is a pain in the ass. But with this, it makes it really easy. I mean, you can do it, but it makes it really easy to do. Now, if I focus on Eve, I can see kind of where it's going. You see, it's still far away. I mean, I could make the adjust. I could like try adjust it like that, but I don't bother. All I do is I get the thing to get the encounter, right? And then once it leaves, I create another node to get us what we wanted to do. Alright, see you, Sam. Yeah, I'll see you later on Empyrean. Alright, so now in 22 minutes we've got our burn time. So now this thing got 250 delta V left in this tank, but it's still a pain to move. Now, little trick, when things are moving and you want to stop them quickly, time warp for a second and stop. And that stops rotation and stuff like that. It is a very cool little trick. I abuse it a hell of a lot. You're on that point, you can just time warp. Alright, so we now... we need to start at 29 seconds before start the burn. So let's get this around there. And we actually don't have the... I mean, if we look at our funding, we've only got 55,000, so we don't have enough to build that other craft. So we're just going to have to leave it this. All right. At 29 seconds before. Five, four, one. Waiting for this. Alright, 39. Alright, so 10 seconds before. Alright, 29. And start the engines. Alright, and we just keep on that maneuver. Off he goes. I'm doing good. Just playing some Kerbals space program. Getting these guys off to Eve. And the naughty Kerbals, we couldn't afford to send them to Eve. So that we sent them instead to their room. Where the glorious leader just got some toys to some rubber toys to use on them. It's all their fault. It's all their fault for not having enough money to build their own spacecraft. Oh. Alright, so... Okay, done. Alright, so there's the burn done. I can... that. And, yeah, we still got the encounter. Now, this is where we do the correction thing. So what we do is we just add a maneuver. That's in 4 days. No problem. We focus on Eve. Right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to adjust this so that it gets close to, so it gets that flyby of Eve. Because the contract states that we've got to get below 500,000 meters. So below 500 kilometers. Oh, yeah. No worries. Put the link in. Is it a playlist? We can always have a look at it. Put the playlist in and we'll have a look at that. Alright, so so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust this by tweaking with these things. And again, this is something Precise Maneuver has got with this gadget there. I don't need to mess with the gadget below. Okay, so it comes up. And how far is that? That's not 500. Let's say if I do it like that. Now, I can bring this in. Oh, that's 1,700. Oh, look at that. Not quite there. Right, 490. Let's make it really close. Let's make it a flyby of 183. And there we go. Alright, so for 87 Delta V, I can adjust this thing so I can get flyby Eve at 183 kilometers, which will fulfill the flyby thing of below 500. And so that's all done. So that maneuver is set up, and that's in 4 days. So we're going to add this,
They are out there
add along for that.
watching.
And Vientos Obscurus, thank you for the host, and and to all Ventos viewers, welcome. All right, so how are you doing? So what we're doing is we just set up a maneuver for our flyby mission of Eve, of our Eve contract. We were going to send a whole science expedition as well, but we couldn't afford it. Alright, thanks for that, Death Dread. I'll have a look at that sort of after the stream. I just pop it up in my browser. Yeah, we are doing a hard career mode. So what I do is on Monday, Tuesdays and Wednesday, I do a sandbox game where I have tons of mods. In fact, I'm using the Galileo Planet Pack. So it's not even the Kerbal system. And there's life support and there's a whole lot of different things. And in fact, we're busy building a base on our Niven, self-sustaining base. And it's actually been built on Niven. So it's using exoplanetary launch pads and that. And we're going to send more Kerbals to have more babies. But on Tuesday and Friday, I do a series I call North Korea, which is hard mode Korea. So this is, it's kind of like this. Whoa.
A new officer has arrived.
And Ventus Obscurus. Wow, thank you for the sub. Very much a salute to you, sir. Now, Ventus is now a sub. Now that gives me certain advantages. Number one, he sold you. So Ventus now, he can enter sort of competitions and that, and he doesn't need to be here to claim the prize. And we do a number of Steam raffles. And in fact, you know what? We've normally got about 15 to 40 minutes left on the stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a raffle for one of those games. Let's do that. So let me start a giveaway. And it's for a random Steam game. It uses a thing called tickets. Now, yeah, so it uses sort of tickets in that, and you can buy between 1 and 100 tickets. Obviously, you buy one ticket, you got 1 in 100 chance. You got one chance of winning. And Vosk, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Alien Army. You buy one ticket, you got one chance to win. You buy 100 tickets, you got 100 chances to win, and you buy the tickets with the credits. So just type in !ticket, and then the number you want to buy. If you want to see how many credits you got, !credits. Subscribers get a bonus of 1,000 credits, so they can always go full out, and they earn credits at a higher rate. Now, if Ventos, if he wins and he's not here, that's no problem. You will automatically get sent the key. If you are not a subscriber, you have to actually be here to claim it. And none of these are sponsored or endorsed by Twitch in any way. So, what we did, we set that up. We got the flyby, that's in 4 days. So that will be actually the next thing to do. So let's move this along. Check of map. So he's just happily moving himself along. Let's actually get this thing set up anyway. Put him over there. Right, and we'll draw the raffle just before I end the stream. So it could be anywhere from it's probably in a half an hour or so. Yeah, and if you want to see how many tickets you've got, just type in !tickets, and that will show you how much you've entered with. Yeah, for example, Death Grid, you currently have 7 credits, so you can only buy 7 tickets. If you follow, you automatically get 100 credits the first time. But obviously it rewards people that watch, that spend more time in the stream because they earn more credits. Alright, so that's all set. So another 3 days to go before we've got to make the adjustment. And then our moon lander in 3 days is going to be reaching Minmus, the right moon. Because last time we sent it to the wrong moon. Although the glorious leader does not accept any responsibility for going to the wrong moon. Apparently somebody changed the planets around. Now, how is, you see, I've still got that should still have good communication. It's only the wrong. Yeah, we misread. The glorious leader misread the contract. And things happened. And they landed, and although it was a good landing, there was much rejoicing. We'll probably do the raffle just before I end the stream, so in about half an hour or so. Alright, there we go. Alright, so delete this. Okay, and now let's focus in over here. And we're going to bring this guy up there. So, there's 2.3 seconds. All right, now, again, at this distance, it doesn't really matter too much. You know, at this distance, you could do the maneuvers. It really doesn't matter that much, to be exact. We are just getting this. And we've got plenty of fuel, so fuel's not an issue with this one. Because this is all about doing a flyby. It's not about landing or getting into orbit or anything like that. Although if we do the flyby and it acknowledges it, then we could probably try to get us into 252. Okay, that's good enough. You know, that is good enough. 252 is just below 500. Yeah, we can deal with that. Done. There you go.
Overlord, they are out there watching.
And Twerk17, thank you for that host. Oh, it's picking up the auto hosts. Auto hosts normally do not get picked up, and now it seems like it's picking it up, which is fine. Okay, so let's maybe Streamlabs actually has something for auto host. I'll have to change that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a maneuver over here in 204 days. No, maybe let's bring that. Maybe add a maneuver over there. Okay. And again, the maneuver's doing nothing, but it's about setting the alarm. So when we get there, in 205 days, the alarm will go off and will take us to that place. And that's it. So this is all set up and ready to go. So now we can just fast forward. And the next thing we've got is our moon lander, which we've got to get into orbits around Minmus and land on Minmus. Because remember, we did the refuel. Okay, so jump to ship. Delete and jump to ship. Oh, that was really good. Okay, so right, so we've reached Minmus on this one. Ah, crap, you know what I forgot to do? Oh, it's not really a problem, actually. But the graviolis. Alright, so this is getting ready now. As you can see, it's getting ready to do this burn to put us into orbit. Still 150, so that should be plenty. So at 4 seconds, you can just barely see it over there. 5, 4. Okay, and there we go. We are now in orbit of Minmus. How cool is that? Alright, so we're in orbit of Minmus. And there, that up there. Let's like him there. Right, so gravity scan. And Killer can go out. He can grab the graviolis and climb back in. Alright. And yep, we're gonna be doing this a few times to get all the science. Grab the graviolis, jump back in. And this is that X Science mod, which is pretty awesome. It saves you a lot of time in running all the experiments. Yeah, it tells you when experiments are available and what you haven't got and things like that. So raviolis are awesome. You have them with Swedish meatballs. Okay, and take the data and climb back in. There has to be a way for this to automatically collect it. I'm pretty sure there is. There's X Science. Show all experiments. Okay. Complete without recovery. Hide completely. Live photo. Don't know if there is a way. Is there a way to do it? You hate ravioli? Well, that's okay, because we've got graviolis. Graviolis are way more tasty. Well, actually, you could turn the lights on. Guys did this whole thing without lights. Now, we've got a whole bunch of tourists on board. Last time our tourists went to the moon, they didn't make it back. And why didn't they make it back? Because our landing was too on target. We actually landed exactly on the probe we were supposed to land on, and the leg landed on top of it, and our craft flipped over. Yeah, I've seen if there's something in X Science. For this particular thing, I'm trying to reduce the amount of add-ons. And again, this one doesn't do anything for you. It just, it's a good informational one, and it takes a lot of the pain out of when the science is. Okay, so now I've been around the planet. I've seen a whole lot of things. I think we're just going to land over there. Make it easy. Land on a flat surface because we've got scientists on board. At least we've got tourists on board, and they want to go skiing on the lake. Alright, so move that away. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Right, so we're just going to just land over here. Alright, so time to land. Fire off this guy. Oh, we're actually not landing on the lake. Alright, that's okay. Alright, so what have we got? Yeah, we're just going to land over there. On the slopes. That's cool, we can handle it. We heroes. Okay, so the landing has begun. So we're just falling down. Now, one of the cool things that you've got with you have a land on Minmus mission. Yes. Yes, we made a mistake and it said multi-moon flyby with 3 tourists. Wait. That said Minmus. Land on Minmus. Where's the Minmus landing thing gone now? Pretty sure I had it over there. That's why I said I think we land on the wrong moon. Can we rescue from Minmus mission with this one? No, we don't have any spare seats on this one. Anyway, so one of the cool things that pretty sure land on Minmus with 2 tourists. Yeah, we landed on the moon. That's the problem. We got the multi-moon flyby and land on Minmus, and we thought it was the moon. So we kind of stuffed up there. Right, now one of the cool things that Kerbal Engineer has is he's got the suicide burn thing. Now this tells us at what altitude to fire our engines at full blast in order to use as little fuel as possible. So it says in 3 kilometers to... Now, again, this is not an exact science. I always fire a little bit early because I never trust it completely. So Minmus is kind of an easy landing thing. You look at my shadow. That's how I've got the height over there. Oh, that's a mighty fine slope you have there. Alright, come on, go. You're doing it. And... oh, come on. No. Settle down to a panic. No. Right, let me turn SAS off. That sorts it. We did it. Alright. Not exactly what I call an ideal landing spot. In fact, this is one of the worst landing spots that you could possibly pick. I mean, look at that slope. I mean, it's like, yes, let's land on the side of a mountain. Because, well, because chicks dig it. I'm landed, it's true. I'm just... let's see. Okay, let's see what science we can get from here. Seismic scan. Done. Gravity scan. Done. Alright, so... Alright, so let's see. Scientist. Oh, he's already got surface samples from this. Well, I don't need to do that, Gypsy. I can use Capcom. And I can look at offered. Plant a flag. Bring 2 tourists. Science data from space around Minmus. Ooh. I'll accept that one. Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm seeing there's no plant a flag. Yeah, so, I mean, that's actually really nice about this Capcom thing is that you can actually get missions and stuff like that. Nope. Sorry, no plant a flag. Yeah, see, I didn't need to leave my mission. I could get it. So, we've got space and science around Kerbal. However, what we can do is we can just... Let go! No! Don't fall! Alright. And we are going to plant a flag. And we say... Slopey... slope. This slope is sloping full stop, the end. Nice story. That's our scientist. That's our scientist. He's all about using his words. Alright, RCS on. He can actually get to orbit if he wants to. Oh, slow down. And board. Alright, so time to send this on the way home. Now, if we've looked at our things, multi-moon flyby with 3 tourists, done. Science data from around Minmus, we got to do that. Yeah, I've got 5 tourists in there because 2 are for landings, and 2 are for land Minmus with 2 tourists. That's the one we've got. So we've just done that. So everything is ticked. I don't know why it's not appearing over here. Yeah, Nazi Kerman. Apparently he's a real piece of work. So we've got so this one's done, and then we had a multi-moon flyby with 3 tourists. So these guys got to land on destination the moon. Come on, you've done that. Alright, and recover Kerbals. I don't know, it should be alright. Yeah, it's got flyby. Okay, so that's just kind of an issue there. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are now going to send these guys home. Look at that, they've got lots of fuel left. And yeah, I'm assuming as well. You know what they say about assuming? It makes an ass out of you and me. Yeah, so around Minmus, yeah. So as soon as I get into orbit, I will do a science trick. Let's go to about 20. All right, there you go. Now, what I can do is I can do this. I can do a crew report and send it back. No usable comms. Oh, crap. Oh, there's a usable comms. Oh, okay. So I can't transmit data, but I've got plenty of. Oh, should I have to do something else? All right. Let's take log pressure data and crew report. Okay, so we've got that. I mean, that's science from space around Minmus. That's plenty. That's after the fact. Transmit or recover. So we can't recover, but we can transmit. Alright, so up here, add maneuver, hit that circularize button. And that's there. It's going to take us 74 to circularize. I gotta love Minmus. It's so low gravity. Everything is just a pleasure on it. Aha! Gravity scan. Done. And in fact, how much time? Ooh. Alright, so you know what? Kellogg, you are gonna be a hero in Kerbal kind. Look at this. It's literally just you got out while the ship was moving. Ah, it wasn't under power, so it's okay. But if you had detached, you would have had a bit of a problem. So let's go up to 2 points. All right. So it's almost time to 3 seconds. We will burn, and that will put us into orbit, and then we will be safe. And there we go. 3 seconds. Done. All right. Perfect. Oh, there you go. 22 by 22 orbit. So they're great. All right. Now we got the. Ooh. It's moving somehow. Can you see that? Look at that effect. Weird. Where's that shadow from? Okay. Alright, so it's attacking us. So what have we got next? Now, when's this other one? Oh, in 4 hours, you've got the Kraken Rescue. Okay, so now we're going to have to get this guy back down to Kerbin. So, usually it's about over here. If we add a maneuver over here and we burn outwards, we should fall back to Kerbin. There you go. Look at that. Right, so let's see. What's that? That's 1001. Right, now, once that's there, you can actually just adjust your leaving time. Oh, okay. Well, that will put us right into 51. Okay, so I could actually slow this down a bit. Now we've got a lot of fuel. Holy crap, that is getting really low. Right. 51. Look at that, 36. We're actually using. Literally, we are using too much. Right, so I think let's take it down to 58. No, that's good enough. Okay, so if you take it down to 52 kilometers, we are going straight into, we are hitting the thing straight in there. We will use the remaining fuel to slow down as much as possible, but we should be okay. Alright, and that's kind of the point we're leaving at. So let's do that. That's in 41 minutes. So we get this all on target because we do want to see these Kerbals get home. Right, let me remove. If there's anything else. Yep. And it says we start the burn starts 6 seconds before. Two, 5, 4, 3. Alright, it's getting nice and close. 1 minute. Oh, there we go. This all lined up. It's 167 burn. 6 seconds before, and it's a 12-second total burn. And that will return us to home. Now, there's actually, I mean, this will just return us to home. There's nothing more we need to do. But we can take off all our speed when we get there. Use the remaining fuel. Okay, done. Alright, so if we look at where we're going, it's going up there and it's coming down to 56, which is just fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a maneuver over there. That's in 7 days time. And we're just going to set an alarm to remind us. And that's what's really good about the alarms. Now the next thing we've got is this Kraken Rescue. So let's see what's happening with this Kraken Rescue. This is the one where we had our guys stranded in the moon. Where were they? They were stranded around Minmus, sorry. They were stranded around Minmus. That's right. Oh. Oh yeah, that's looking a bit funny. Okay. So, there we go. Okay. And what we wanted to do was to try bring this pod home as well. I know, ridiculous, but that's what happened. So what we're first doing over here is we're getting ourselves so this over there, and it's going to be a 5 seconds before, and this was our we're using the claw. This is going to be a tricky one, actually. Delete. 5 seconds. And I'll show you why this is going to be tricky. Because what happened was this, we mistakenly staged our engine. And so we lost our engine, so we couldn't get back. Alright, so let's see. Alright, now just looking at the time, we actually are running out of time. We are running out of time, so I'm getting hungry and Coolcat is getting hungry. Hey, Azus. Okay, so what have we got? Alright, so we've got this in orbit over here. So what this is this little craft is basically going to claw, it's going to claw its way to this guy, the rescue ranger, so this is the rescue of the rescue, right? Now he's going to try get himself connected with this one, and they're going to try and meet up, and he's going to grab hold of this claw, and then he's going to bring him back down to back down to Kerbal. I'm going to try and rescue it that way. Well, no, this is a automated thing, so it should be alright. We shouldn't need to rescue this one. Right, so that is the target. So, if I add a maneuver here, and I lower it so it can catch, so it will catch up with it. Look what's happening. Look at that. Dump. Look at that. Separation 15. 1.1. 1 kilometer. So if I fire off a thing there, it will drop the thing, and in one orbit it will actually, they'll be next to each other. Perfect. So let's do that. So that's in 1 hour's time. Really, that's 1 hour to get all the way there? Kidding me? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, this is far out. Really far out. And, oh, it's a tiny, it's like a fraction of a burn. 6 point something delta V. Alright, so there we go. Okay. So now I'm just going to tiny, just put a fraction of the engine. Yeah, I know it's not exactly on that thing, but no, it's okay. I'll deal with it. I'll make the changes. Shouldn't be that much of a difference. Alright, there we go. Okay, I lied. It is that much of a difference. Let's do that. Shift. There we go. 1.2 kilometers. Perfect. Alright, so there, now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the raffle now. Now, what I will do over here is I'm going to add 2 days. I'm going to add a maneuver over here, just for an alarm. Just so that I don't lose it. Alright, so we were having a raffle going. Right, so we are now going to draw the raffle. So it's your last chance to enter the raffle. And this is for one of those random Steam games. Okay, so the winner of this raffle is TJP War. Mr. TJP War, are you here? The TJP War is not a subscriber, so he actually has to be here to claim it. If he was a subscriber, he would not need to be here. And he is here. So, great, Mr. TJP War. Alright, so let's see. The game you have won. The game you have won is a random generator is up and the number 33. 33 and a turd. That is rockets. Rockets. That is the game you have won. Now, if you don't know what rockets is, remember we're talking about retro games? Rockets is one of those. It's one of those retro games. Yeah, you don't need to make those faces. That doesn't really happen. That doesn't actually happen. You do not. Like it. So yeah, it's of course he's gotta make those faces. But yeah, rockets. Very positive reviews. Okay, so that is the game that you have won, and I will send you that at the end of the stream. Send me a message just to make it easier. So send me that message to make it easier. And Subnautica is still available. Subnautica is still in that list. It's a game with lots of rescues. No, that's actually what I should call my Kerbal game. Rescues. Alright, so what we're doing is, look at this, we're going around, you see, oh, where's it? That's the one we're looking at. So we're getting closer to it. Actually, you know what? I can just take that out. I don't need it because I'm actually following it. So look what's happening. Alright, so 66, 62, 50, 41. See how we're getting close to it. Okay, we're within 10 kilometers of it. 8, 7. Now what was this? This was 1.2 kilometer separation. Getting really close. Okay. So now what I can do is I can actually look at it over there like that. 3 kilometers. And we are doing 6.8 to the target. I could probably just make this, bring this over a little bit. Alright, so now we are 11.2 meters per second. Yeah, difference to the target. And that little move over there, look at that. All of a sudden it's 0.1 kilometer of meeting each other. So that works out well. Okay, so now we can just leave this until we get close. 2.3, 2.1, 1.6. Whoa, 600. Okay, so I could suppose I could leave it closer. Okay, I could probably sort of slow myself down a bit. Get it closer. 300. 98, okay. Slow down even more. And alright. No, actually. Alright, so if I control from, okay, arm this, control from here. Turn this around first of all. Yeah. Now, let's look at this guy. Alright, so what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to just jump to this one quickly, and I'm going to present my heat shield to him. That is a good presentation there. Alright, so then we are going back to this guy. We are still controlling from here. Huh? This, I don't know. This is the other one. This was the rescue one. This was not the this was not the refueler. It's a different. This is a different one. Yeah, this is the one where we needed to do a long spacewalk. Right, so there we go. Let's change this camera to be, aim the camera there. Remember, this is the, yeah, so we have to capture this one to try to bring it back. We want to rescue all the Kerbals. We are trying to rescue Kerbals. The Kerbals need a rescue. Right, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to grab this thing. Come on. That's looking good. That's looking good. Claw it like you mean it. Done. Excellent. So, we've just given this little pod an engine. Alright, so, now, we are going to get this guy back. Penny's capture? No, unset target. We are going to get this guy back to Kerbals. So let's have a look. Add a maneuver over there. And let's pull up. Oops. Close. Let's change this. And we're changing this until... there you go, 33 now. And again, we just, messing around with this, sliding the thing along until, there you go, there. Until we can get a good connection. Now we've got 1,300 Delta V left on this. Just as we planned. Okay, and that closer, 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 closer. Again, we want to do this to about 56. Get this down to there you go, 51. Perfect. Okay, so in 2 days time we've got a burn of 233, and that's going to take us down there. So let's see, we are still going to do control from here because that's kind of seems to be the central point. That should be alright. And look at that, it actually moves just fine. Of course, this is going to be a little bit of an interesting burn because the weight is so screwed up. So let's 2 days, 5 hours time. He's traveling around 1 hour. 49 minutes. Did not hit spacebar. Seven, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so yes, things in North Korea have gone wrong, but they have a plan to roll back time and fix everything. So here we go. Glorious backseat gamer. He's making himself a cup of coffee. A glorious cup of coffee. Oh, I need a cup of coffee. I do. I'm getting really hungry. I'm going a little bit longer because I want to get the stuff done. And Cool Cat hasn't bugged me yet. A Cool Cat will bug me really soon. Right. Okay. Ooh. Okay, that's allowing me to do that. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, it was a bit hard to control. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to control this craft. Alright, but let's see. What have we got? We've got 53. Perfect! Awesome. Alright, so let's add a maneuver over there. And, Nope. Done. Alright, so 9 days time. It will be at that point. Alright, so first of all, we've got... Let's jump over to the Moonlander. When do you want to end the stream? I'm going to end the stream. I think once we land this craft, we'll end the stream. And the other one, we're going to leave in suspense till next Thursday. So there we go. We're going to land this one. We're going to land this one, get this one back. But the other one will be for next week on Thursday. And that way I can go get myself sorted out. Yeah, I can remove this. And let's see what happens here. Right, so that's coming down. I'm looking at the... Whoa. Right, so we are... There you go, we just hit 100. Right, so I can sort of track the solar panels now. Yeah, it might... You're just lucky Coolcat hasn't bugged me yet. Alright, so there we 70. Alright, so let's slow ourselves down as much as we can. We are now in the atmosphere. So what we're doing is we're trying to slow ourselves down as much as possible in the upper atmosphere, using all this fuel. We're coming in at 3,000. And obviously, that's not the best thing to come in at. Alrighty then. That is all our fuel used up. Okay. Turn. Release. Release. Okay. So what's happening? Okay, see that's gone the PE down to 41. And there we go. Yeah. And now the heat shield is taken over. This will probably burn up, so don't care about that. The main part of this mission is the Kerbals in here. And the sights. All the sights. Now, is this dropping? Okay, the speed is starting to drop as we're getting lower. The ablator is being used. Try to shave off as much speed as possible. I'm not seeing any heat bars anywhere, so that's good. The periapsis is dropping down to 38. But that's constantly dropping. That's good. Upper abscess is dropping as well, which is great. Once that gets to below 70, it's a definite land. And looks like we are... Oh shit, we're landing on land. If we land, it might be on land. Yeah, that ablator is getting a workout. But luckily the craft is streamlined. Nothing else is getting heated up. That's good. You can look at F11. You can see what's happening. And look at that. Look at that. Below 70. It's a landing. It's a landing. So it is definitely going to land. There you go. You see it showed that out of orbit. I mean, we are coming in incredibly hot. Oh, look, it's Fiji. Alright, and yeah, everything looks good so far. The speed is dropping down to orbital speed. And it's... yeah, we still got lots of... it's actually using a hell of a lot of ablator. I mean, that's used over 350 ablator so far. That's pretty scary. Look at it. Yep. So you can see that periapsis is minus, so that means... right, will we land before... if we land in the water, it actually gives you a bonus... it gives you a bonus delta V compression thing. So you could actually... you'd actually save yourself from dying by landing in the water. Where inland the same sort of thing would cause it to explode. Nope, we are. Looks like we're going to hit land. Oh, looks like we might land on the top of those mountains. Oh no, we're going to miss those mountains. Other side. Dropping. Yeah, speed is rapidly dropping as we're getting lower. That's actually, that was a really heated re-entry. Look at that. Okay. And now I can turn off SAS. Just let it float. Yes! Broke, so I had to roll back. Yeah, oh yeah, Nino Kunamasa, I'm still on 1.22. Basically because I'm waiting for the mods to be available, all the mods I want to be available on 1.3. So I am still using a 1.22. Let's see, I can... and the little drogue chutes are out. Slow us down. I think I've got enough parachutes, I hope. Oh, there, 5 point. Oh, definitely enough. Definitely enough. Oh, BD Armory. Okay. Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons I am not using 1.3 at the moment. Okay, this is going to take a while for this to... Look at all them. Kellogg, Macman, Kerman. All the tourists. Now, we are below 6, so that's safe. And this should actually solve 3 missions. Right, we're just looking at the surface over there. Yeah, oh. Yeah, we definitely had enough parachutes. Way more than we needed. But you know, you can never be too sure. You want to keep your tourists safe. After we lost the last tourist, the confidence in our ability to take tourists to places and bring them back alive, not very high. More is better, but there's also the expense of adding parachutes, because it's fuel expense. They add weight and everything else. So you need to try and balance it. All right, there we go. That's like 50 meters. 4.5. What a gentle landing. Look at that. These guys. Oh, perfect. All right, so we can hit recover. That is perfect. It's glorious. Absolutely glorious landing. Landings, landings, landings. Alright, so let's have a look at what we did. Wow. That mission, 1,111. Yeah, the 0.3 had to come in and run it. But that is a lot of science. That is an incredible amount of science for what it was. And that was all from raviolis. Now, 51% of the stuff back. Look at all these guys. They all advanced. Oh, these guys didn't. But all the tourists advanced, but who cares about them? Alright, then let's look at what we've done. Science data from our minimus complete. 29k. Multi-moon flyby, 253k. Land of minimus, 2 tourists, 270k. Okay, those funds, got some funds back for that. That. You see, 91% recovery rate. Always good. Alright. 636,000. Remember, we were down to like 55,000. And we're back up to 636. We did detect raviolis on Minimus. And yes, Minimus has raviolis. So we're back up to 636,000. We could send the manned mission. The only problem is, it's way past the window for Eve. So we ain't going to be doing it. We passed the Eve window. The window's about two weeks away. $10 days. It will use a lot more fuel. It's alright, we'll wait until next time. Not really an issue. Our next thing is for our guys on Duna to come back home. Anyway, besides, we'll get all the other science and stuff like that. So that's not an issue. Alright, so now we've got rescue rangers. Well, that is the reality of space. Right, so the rescue rangers time. Oh, look at that beautiful sunrise. Look at that beautiful sunrise. Alright, so time for rescue rangers. Jump to the ship. Alright, will we get these guys back? That is another question. Yeah, Alright, so Rescue Rangers, it's your time. So let's see. How far are we away? Alright. 154. Oh, what the? Yeah, I think my textures are going a little bit funny. I detect an issue with my textures. Those clouds are moving really fast. Oh, there you go. It sorted itself out. Right, so when we get to 100 kilometers, I am going to... Right, so let's have a look. That is down to 53. So let me start slowing down now. I know, that looked hilarious. Right. Okay, so I think that's enough. Yeah, that might be too much. Right, so release, disarm your parachutes, go into the other one, retract solar panel. Alright, so we'll see how these guys go. Nothing's overheating. This should be a much... That one's kind of... I mean, it's got the parachutes on, so it might be able to work. There, that one's falling down there. Then I don't know if it's going to be successful. Now, question. Ah, yeah, you go, parachutes out. Alright, so 200. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Alright, so our rescue rangers have rescued the rescuers. Yeah, that's actually in water. Now, what I was saying about the 1 meter per second leeway, that you see that says 8.3. All right, in landing in water, it's actually 7.1. So it's so that's what water does when you land in water. Everything looks good. Okay. Now that other one, crack and rescue. Recover. And that has rescued a Kerbal. So now we've got an extra Kerbal. Oh, I didn't even look what Tanny was. So what is Tani? Next crew. Tani Kerman. A pilot. Okay, pilot we needed because our last pilot pressed the red button, which he should never have pressed. They told him do not press the red button, and of course that's the button he pressed, so the craft blew up. Can't take a Kerbal anyway. Alright, so, and look at that, 758 now. Wow, so from 55k, we back up to 758,000. The glorious leader is indeed glorious. Now the question is, what's happening with the other one? Give it time, it will land. But can we actually go to it? Can we actually have a look at what's happening with the other one? I mean, it is a remote thing. Refueler. Oh, I don't think we can. It has to land somewhere. It's landing somewhere. It's just going to take some time. Alright, so, which contracts are still live? So what we've got, take this away. We've still got to build up a space container. We've got to return from Duna, and the flyby mission of Eve, which is on the way. So these two are still running. Border Space Casino is still a little bit big. I mean, they want 100 crew. That's going to be crazy. How do you roll back to the older version of KSP? Actually, that's actually quite easy. So we are going to end the stream now. We are going to end the stream now. We finish with this. We're not going to do anything more in Kerbal, but let me just show you, if you do have 1.3 and you want to go back to using 1.2, it actually is fairly easy. What you do is you go to your library, you go to your Kerbal, it's Kerbal Space Program, and you go onto the properties. Okay. Then on the tabs, you move all the way across to betas. So you move across to betas. Now it should say none, opt out of all beta programs. But what they've done is they've actually, if you click on that link, you can actually go back to previous versions of Kerbal. So they have the pre-release versions of of like 1.3 and other things like stuff like that. That will appear in that. But if you want to go to an older version of Kerbal, you can do that with this as well. If you pick 1.22, it will set your Kerbal back to 1.22 and you won't have 1.3. If you opt out of betas, it will be on 1.3. Now, I mean, like I said, the best way is once you've got your whole Kerbal thing set up, make a copy of that folder outside of your Steam. That way, whatever Steam does, like my Steam is always up to date. My Kerbal in Steam is always up to date, but I never play on Steam. Now, if you've noticed, I've got 1048 hours, but I've played a lot more outside of Steam than I have in Steam because I have it as external folders. So at the moment, it says I'm not even playing anything. See that blue box? It says I'm not even playing anything. Anyway, but that's it. That's it for today. We will be back on in about an hour's time. I might be a little bit late, but in an hour's time, we are going to be playing some Imperium. Now, Imperium Galactic Survival is a great building game, space, planets, things like that. And so we're going to be playing that in about an hour's time. We've been playing it the whole week. We do have a server that is running at the moment. That anybody is welcome to join. Any followers of the stream are welcome to join us on that server. And of course, we'll help you out and stuff like that. So yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream now. I will see you guys in a bit. In the meantime, I am going to host Dr. Doof. Dr. Doof always hosts me, and he is he's currently streaming Kerbal Space Program as well. Oh, and he is actually listening to Death Dread First music. So there you go. That playlist that Death Dread posted is actually Dr. Doof. He's actually listening to it. So let's head over to Dr. Doof and tell him Talang sent you and don't kill the Kerbals. Kerbals. Oh, that's what you do. Tell him Kerbal lives matter. Kerbal lives matter. Talang says Kerbal lives matter. All right. So till later. See ya. Bye.
Now let's just get rid of them both and do it again.